Okay. Hello, everyone. So what we've been working on yesterday is this little pixel art game. So it's pretty cool so far. We've got this little guy. He can run around and jump. We've got like an enemy, and he's gonna shoot stuff at you. But we don't have collisions working. Like, I can turn on this. So the red is like collisions, and the blue are hitboxes. So we don't have actually like hitbox detection yet. So there's no like when I attack, that doesn't create a hitbox. These bubbles should create hitboxes. And the reason we want to have the hitbox separate from the collision box is just, you know, if you don't want certain things to interact with the player, then you don't have to define a hitbox. But that's sort of what we're working on. So we've got like basic level switching as well. And we've got the ability to lay down tiles on this tile map. And so we're gonna try to finish this game as quickly as possible. The goal is just to have something completed, and then we can work on refining everything. But let me just put together a quick list of all the stuff we need to do. So the first thing, like I said, is we need to have hitboxes. So we'll say hitboxes as the first to do. And then the next to do is, I guess we want the player to have lives. And we'll render that as well. Plus rendering hearts. And then I guess just like building out more levels. All right, we'll start with hitboxes. We'll see how far we get. Okay. So can everyone see this code all right? Let's double check. Double check that thing works. I think that looks good, but if we need to zoom in at all, you know, maybe like that is a little bit better. Okay. Cool. All right, so let's keep going. So what we're doing now is we've got like just everything can define its own hitbox, and it's going to be separate from the collision bounds, like we said. I don't like actually how it's being defined. Like, we probably want the position of it to be based on the anchor point. So if we look at how we're doing this, right? Like, hey, here's our entity bounds. We probably want our hitbox bounds to be a little bit similar to that. So we're gonna say take our, well, size is gonna maybe be the size of our actual hitbox. So we could say rect size of hitbox times absolute value of this dot scale. I feel like we don't want that to be absolute value. Okay. And then position is going to be position minus anchor times size, which is correct still, I think. So is that all we want our hitbox to be? I don't know what that's going to result in. Right, so this is just it. So that actually looks pretty good. Like, it's always defined based on the anchor point. If we want, we could change that, but I really don't think for this game we're going to want to change that. So when we slash, right, like when we're attacking here, we just want to define this rectangle to fill. And I mean, really, that kind of reduces just to like hitbox size and hitbox offset. Maybe we want to do that instead. So instead of a rectangle, we'll have hitbox size, vector 2, hitbox offset. Something like that. So hitbox, if hitbox size dot x, y, and then yeah, like we said, it's gonna just be the hitbox size plus hitbox offset. So I kind of like that that simplifies this a bit. Right. Hitbox, high box. It's hitbox. Hitbox is not a member of entity. So here all we want to say is hitbox size. That's totally good. So that kind of works, but actually it's a little bit big. Why? So hitbox offset, we're gonna say go out on the x axis. And that's pretty good, right? And now we just need it to flip. So when we're slashing this way, we slash that way. Maybe we want 12. We can make this a little forgiving, but height 12. Something like that. See what I'm saying? So this is just defining like the volume that you're going to attack stuff in. And if we need to make this window bigger, let me know. Yeah, let me scale up this window a bit when we launch. So we commented out window create. We commented out this behavior, which we're gonna just pull back in. And then the game will at least be a bit larger for the folks at home to see. Okay, so now the next thing we want to do is make sure that like, oh, okay, actually we can just make the hitbox, maybe we'll just say like get hitbox. Hitbox bounce is fine. So we want to multiply by scale. We want to also multiply yeah, we've got a little bit of double cover here in terms of like scale and facing, but that's okay. So we want to maybe it's just this, like just multiply also by facing. No. So let's think about this. We want the size to be times facing, because the anchor point's not going to change. Okay. Starting to be correct. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, is it anchor? Should we define like new anchor x1? So the problem is our offset also should be let's just try putting in some stuff. Okay, that's actually what we wanted to do. So all we have to do is move our offset by the facing. So if we're facing around, then it'll flip, and that's exactly what we get. So that's pretty good. I don't really think we're gonna need to make this much better for like, you know, this little game. It is interesting though. I feel like this is something that would be worth investing in the future. You know? So, okay. So now we've got our hitbox, and we're gonna just start defining hitboxes on all the other stuff. So when we create the bubble, we'll say it hitbox equals it size. So the bubble is just exactly, yeah, I kind of like just doing, instead of hitbox size, can we just do hitbox? Hitbox size. Okay, so now you can see the bubble's also got a hitbox on it. And this is actually gonna hit our player, which is correct. So it's actually a hitbox against collision volume, which is what we kind of want. See, like, I'm getting hit by the bubbles now. We need to retract our hitbox rectangle. So when the animation ends, if then we're gonna stop attacking. So that's good. And then, okay, yeah, we're taking damage from the bubble. I mean, it's possible all we really needed was the hitbox for the sword. Like, you know, this enemy is probably gonna just be that size. Okay. Well, whatever. So when we create our plant, we'll say it hitbox equals so now the plant's got their hitbox. We've got a hitbox. Everyone's got a hitbox. So yeah, you can actually like just sneak underneath here, which is kind of cool. Of course, when we strike here, we need it to take damage because it's pushing us forward. Okay, So the player's taking that damage. We need the plant to take damage. Okay, so let's update the plant to say, hey, what do we call the thing? Check hitbox collision. Maybe like check hitbox collision. So in the plant update, we'll say check hitbox collision if hitbox. Now we actually don't want the plant to be affected by bubbles. So maybe we'll just say like if hitbox and not equal to entity bubble. Maybe we'll just check exactly for the player for now. So if we've got that, then we'll say it shoot cooldown timer. So we're gonna not attack. And we'll say like, you know, take damage. Invincible timer. We kind of want like a system for invincibility, blanking, lives, like that whole situation. Like this behavior really isn't that specific to the player. For now, you know what? We'll just say entity destroy. Let's just kill ourselves. And that's it, right? I mean, it doesn't really feel that hard. Like, but maybe that's good. We also need some sort of death animation. So the other thing I wanted to make sure of is like, well, what happens if I'm standing right here? Yeah, we do still take a bit of damage. So what we kind of need to happen is for the hitbox stuff to... Okay, so let's do this whole live system first, and then we'll go back to hitboxes. So we'll say everything's got lives, and by default, maybe everything has 1 life. So then we can have a thing called like take damage it, and then we'll say amount damage. Generic update So we can just kind of have like some behavior that every entity takes on. And that behavior is basically the following. Is this. So if we're invincible, we subtract, and we'll blink the whole time until the very end. So take damage, lives minus equals amount, and invincible timer. So maybe like that, and we'll say if it is less than or equal to 0, so now we have a way to deal damage. Okay, and we also have a way, just in case that's less than dt. We can just call this like invincibility step. You know what, whatever, yeah. We'll call it generic update of it dt. It. I kind of like to take damage. So we'll take 1 point of damage. And this can maybe return if you die. Okay. So then when we're doing our player step, we can kind of say like invincible timer. So something like that. And we'll say take damage, hit 1. And we'll go into our invincibility cycle. So when we spawn a player, I want to set it to 3 lives. And we can render that somewhere. But the idea is just like, hey, that's 1 life. Hey, that's 2 lives. almost dead. And now we die. And we'll make the death animation more dramatic for players. But should we zoom in a bit more? Maybe something like that. Okay. All right. So now we've got the ability to attack. We've got the ability to take damage. Maybe let's just spec out some levels. I guess we could render hearts while we're at it. And maybe these get created out of game, so like we could put them on the border. I don't know. We'll make a new thing. This will be called heart. And what does the heart look like? Well, it looks something like this. Yeah, you know? I mean, it's kind of ugly. Let's maybe just freehand this. Something like that. And maybe we give it a fill color. Although, I don't know. We could just do that and fill it with a black border. I haven't really quite decided what we want to do about stuff like this. But I don't know. We'll just save this for now. Heart. Yeah, maybe like that. Maybe we round out that. I don't know, it looks a little weird here. I don't know if this is gonna look good or not. So cool. Now we gotta draw this. So it would be pretty easy for us to support multiple players, but and maybe you would just share health so that we don't have to clutter the UI. But for now, we're just gonna like, you know, do a little loop. I is 0, I is less than, so we'll say life count, lives count is 0, player find olive type, I guess. Well, first of type, I guess, and then lives if player equals player lives, and then all we gotta do is say draw texture, auto heart load texture, So then we'll just say that at. So then we're probably gonna want to like push these bounds around. I'm gonna say at x 0, other size is v2 texture get size part. Game height minus size height. Let's just do it exactly where we want it first, and then we'll scale it. 0, P1, and this is really like draw HUD or something. And then Y is going to be game height. You know what I'm saying? And as we can see, that totally doesn't work at all. So do we actually, are we even loading a heart? Data, sprites, heart, and then we go into game, build, data. Okay. So this is a pain in the butt. Yeah. All right, so we're not getting any of our sprites. Oh god, it's so hot. Apologies for the noise. Okay, so the problem is actually we need to fix the way our assets are loaded. So we have this catalog loose assets, and we thought it was sufficient to just do file list open, file list next. What we really need to do is go into the directories. And I kind of was avoiding doing that. But maybe we'll just do like one depth here. So we'll say string stars is this, stars, right? And then if we see a directory, we'll ignore it for now. I don't know, we could just replace this with like our scan directory function. Scan directory, and it already takes like a max depth and stuff. You know, let's just do that. I don't really care that much. This is debug code anyway. So we'll say auto files is scan directory recursive. And that takes a temp arena asset path. And we're only going to drill down into like 2 or 3 directories. We don't need to go full bore here. Then for files. So this actually ignores directories. handily for us. Path strip extension. I wonder if that's sufficient. Files cannot be used. Okay. What's the deal here? Okay. Allocator path max depth. Why is... It's a pointer to an arena? Oh, this is allocator. And then, so now we're loading them, I think. But our name, oh wait, no, we're not loading them. There might be a bug in this recursive thing. Does this function just not even work? Yeah, maybe we thought this works and it doesn't work for some reason. Okay. Let's just go with our original plan of using our lister ourselves. So we'll just have multiple passes here. So we'll say like children, childers. Oh, no, the problem is xcopy. I really don't like how we have this set up. Scan directory, recursive, scan files, recursive. And we'll say max depth is 2 files. Then we'll say 4 files. I mean, we could. So the problem is xcopy. S includes all directories and subdirectories with their contents. This is getting to be a bit of a disaster. So now we're doing that correctly. The problem is that the name, we'll just do path base name, you know, or path file name. So there we go. We got our assets back. We just wanted to clean up the way that this worked. because it was getting a little cluttered, so I wanted to put all the sprites in a separate sprites folder. Okay, and hey, look at that, we were drawing our lives, although not in the correct place, but that's okay. Lives. Okay, so obviously we need to do a game to screen on this. So I actually tried a different approach for the scaling of this game, and I've been liking it so far. Those hearts are a little big. I want to make these a little bit smaller. First thing we could do is maybe just turn down that. So check that out. We've got hot asset reloading actually, which is pretty cool. And do we want to make them red? We could make them like a nice heart red. And of course we need, okay, we actually need like game to camera, which is going to be different from game to screen. Game to screen is this, and we'll have like a game to camera, or camera to screen, because the camera actually follows the player, so we don't need to take into account that. And we'll say auto backgrounds. Then we'll just do a little game camera to screen. And then we can actually just say P0, P1. We're doing that now. Right? When we draw our game, if we're doing debug stuff, we'll draw debug stuff under the HUD, yeah. And then if we're drawing our HUD, we'll say here, this is camera to screen. So now it should follow, and it does. And we've got 1 life, and we've got no lives, and we're dead. Okay, so this is good. I think the hearts are a little chunky, like a little big. And we also need to go less than or equal to lives count. Right, because we start out with 3 hearts. I don't like how big these are. They kind of take up screen real estate here. So we can put them at the top of this frame. I don't really know what I want to do. Oh, those look really bad. We could do hollow hearts. That looks ugly. Looks really ugly. We could just say we're never going to cover this bottom row here and shift the world up a bit. I would be okay with that. Okay. Kind of don't like these. Maybe they'll just be like the hat. That would be kind of fun. Or just our head. I think that would be kind of funny. So, you know, we've got 3 heads left. And then we take damage, we lose a head. I kind of think that's fun. Alright, let's just do that. So then we'll fill this in. I think I will give it a bit of an outline. Oh crap, we want to turn off this. Like that. So we've got our hats in there. And 3 hats. I kind of like this, but I think we'll just save this as live. Spain. Okay, for now this is good enough. We don't need to go too crazy on these hearts. Although, don't love them. Okay. Well, whatever. We're rendering the hearts, we can make it better later. Goal is to finish a game. So the next thing we'd probably want to do here is... Oh yeah, we can make this grid match up. So we could do a few different things. We could like make the attack hit the bubbles. Make the attack hit the bubbles. We could like sketch out more levels. We could... I was thinking maybe it would be cool if he could also shoot. I don't want to totally rip off Hyper Light Drifter, but, you know, this is partially the inspiration for the main character, and, like, maybe he could shoot and attack with his sword. But maybe that'll be a nice to have. The other thing I want to do is like make a death animation. And what else do we want to do? Like add grass. Like flourish. Jump. Land. Dust. There's all these like small things we want to do. Maybe like a new enemy. Okay. It would be cool to have a little like pit that you could fall into. Make attack. Okay, I kind of want to start with this little grass flourish. So right now we're actually just using Aseprite for our level designer. And it works pretty well actually. I mean, there's a little bit of weirdness around having tiles of... Like the tiles are technically 8x8, but a lot of the tiles are actually 16x16. Like these guys are 16x16. So maybe we would subdivide them more. Okay, so if we want like a little leave, so we've got these like grass blocks. This would just be like a little 8x8 tile, sort of looking like one of these leaves. And maybe this is all we do. Oh. Something like that. And maybe when we spawn these, we'll pick a random frame. That could be a thing. So we'll call this leaf. And when we're doing the world gen, so right now we're literally just like switching on the color. BBFF 3C. I guess we could just do like create a new entity. A null type. And we'll say our sprite is load texture leaf. Eight by 8. Entity null. Oh, entity type null. I guess we could just say 0. So are we even creating these? I don't think we're getting to this block for some reason. Did we get the color correct? BF. Oh, BF FF3C. BF FF3C. Right, so they've just got like, oh, we don't want them to have collision bounds. But we're only really doing collisions with walls. So you can put this grass down and you can kind of run over it. So yeah, maybe we'll have different frames of grass. And you can kind of we'll just pick one. So that looks a little better. We'll say new frame. We'll do like a long, tall guy. I actually want these to be deterministic, so maybe it won't be random, but it'll be like pseudo-random. I don't know what grass looks like, it turns out. Something like that. So now we've got all these leaves. Right? Leaf. And when we go to pick out the grass, I kind of want to like do a random texture. So maybe we'll do something like this. Leaf blades. I think we're just calling them 1, 2, 3. Something like that. And we want to just say like, we'll pick a random frame, but it's not going to be random. So we'll take the position and hash it maybe. Hash. We could do murmur hash or something. Let's do that. So index is murmur 32 seed. Position, size of position. This doesn't matter. And then this will actually just be leaf blades, frames. So pick a random. And we can see that does exactly what we want. So it should be deterministic, meaning every time we reload, we'll get exactly the same game. And we can kind of fuzz with this to change the blades, but maybe we'll do one final little grass looking thing. Something like this. Leaf 1, 2, 3, 4. ID, leaf 4. We can close this. Alright, so we're kind of picking the same ones here. good enough. So we do need to actually fill in our character. Like, he's got transparent body. So let's just do that. So we've got guy attack. So we're just filling in the body so he covers up whatever's behind him. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is incorrect, Asebright. What the heck? I don't understand what's up with this fill bucket. Okay. This is a little annoying. I mean, maybe at this stage of the frame. God damn it. Alright, we're quitting out of Asebright because clearly something's up. Okay. Yep. Let's load our thing, and thank you for not saving it. Not telling us you weren't saving it. Okay. I don't... Can someone tell me why this is happening in Asebright? Like, this fill bucket should not be filling the background. It should be going inside the region. Okay, we're just gonna paint this in because I don't feel like figuring out why it's not working. So, this could probably be just filled. I kind of like that it still hints at the body, but maybe we could do that. So all we're doing is filling in our sprite so it doesn't blend in with the background. So technically sprites are two colors. And I don't know, I guess we could have stuff coming through the feet. Then we want to make the fall animation. Again, it works for the pixels, but not. I've got to have some weird setting turned on. Okay, maybe Asebright is just has a bug or something. This definitely feels like a bug. Okay. Fall. Jump. Agree. I thought I set this as the default. We need to do run again. Oh my god, Aseprite is really pissing me off right now. It's like not remembering the palette choice that I set as default. As far as I can tell. I don't want to go to their Twitter. I want to make it the default. This doesn't really seem to do anything. And then the fill bucket's not filling these regions, so I've got to like click, which is not ideal. Run skid. I thought restarting would fix it, but maybe I just need to upgrade my version or something. Okay. So now when we reload the game, we should see, okay, what's going on there? Don't tell me we just edited the wrong sprites. Oh, god damn it. I think our hot loading might have gotten screwed up. Okay, it looks like it's the correct stuff here. Maybe we just need to do that. Okay. You know, I don't really know. I don't really know. Where are these coming from? Well, it's definitely not what we wanted. Okay, something really weird is going on. Is Aseprite just not saving my sprites? Pixel game data sprites attack. Agree. Looks pretty correct there. Huh. Okay. So data sprites. Did we find like the one sprite we forgot to fill in? Okay, yeah, we forgot to fill in our idle. Idle frame 1. Idle 2. Okay. So there we go. Now we're just kind of like squatting over the grass. We block it out. And we could paint more grass. But cool. Right, so it kind of tells you where you need to go. Like, I don't know, maybe we'll just do 3 here. Okay, so we're gonna call that done. Grass flourish. So I think I want to kind of do the jump and land dust particles. I know it's not totally. All else being equal, I think that'll be pretty fun. And maybe we'll have particles for when you turn. I don't want to go too crazy with the particles. So maybe just one when you jump and one when you land. So if our guy looks like this, just kind of for reference, where we need to place the stuff, kind of like, I think it's going to start out bigger and then get smaller. I really don't know why this fill bucket's not working. Contiguous boxes unchecked. Okay, I guess that's a cool feature, but like, man, that's annoying. All right. Well, we fixed our A-spray problem. And now we can kind of sketch out this. So it's gonna be something like that. Although we do want it to kind of expand as it disappears. So maybe it'll start a little smaller. New layer, new frame. So we'll go one up and to the left. I don't really know what'll look good here. I think something where we're kind of like making it a little smaller. Okay, this looks pretty bad. But we just need to kind of do a little bit of this. Something. So call this jump effect. So now, even though it's not perfect, we just want to set it up so that when we jump, and we can have a function here like, you know, create at point or something. I don't know. Like run animation at and this will take the animation to run and a point. Okay. So we do need some way to denote these. We've got walls, players, plants, bubbles. Animation. So we'll have spray animation and pretty standard. Then we'll just have like entity animation update, and then an animation here, draw, and then we'll just say animation update. And all we need to do is just this. I mean, really, we just need animation draw. And we could destroy it. So we'll just say like, it sprite is play, it animation, speed. Maybe we'll just move this over here. Animation draw. And then this, of course, we need to take the real DT here. But for now we won't. And then just do a little bit of this. we'll just say convert our bounds to screen color. Play animation. So something like this. There's really not much to it. You know. We'll need to have the DT come from somewhere. But we can do that in a cleanup pass. Okay, so all we need to do now is say, when we jump, we can call this play animation at, or run animation at. And let's see, entity create. So we've got like all these sort of generic functions here. UV0, UV1. I guess we could take in a facing. It's kind of handy. I want to make this a generic draw, but okay, we'll just do that for now. And we'll say that. Okay, so now all we should be able to say is if we jump and we're grounded, run animation at point. Run animation at. This has got to be static. Then we have to load the animation in. So we'll say jump effect 1, jump effect 2, jump. So it's pretty basic. So we'll just play this animation at our center, go down 8 pixels, and we'll run it at a speed of 2. So that mostly works. I think 2 is way too slow, obviously. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so we want like entity destroy. We want destroy to actually flag it as invisible, which it does. Play animation once, we could say. And we'll do it here. So if this is actually the frame that we get destroyed on. Huh. Maybe we want to say play animation once. It's greater than or equal to count minus 1. something like this. 2, 3. Okay. 2, 3. So it seems like it's working. Now we just need to tune where this is getting placed. And we need to speed it up a bit. I kind of want to speed it up a lot. Now maybe what we could say here is this animation anchor, x is 0.5 and y is going to be 1. And I'm hoping that that anchor point will just mean we can do center, bounds. Yeah, so we want to actually play the animation at our bottom point. So to x0 it bounds dot. Now, what I'm kind of okay. Let's just do center. So like we've got this little thing happening. We kind of want to just make this our bottom point. Like, maybe we just have a function here. Rect bottom center. So then we'll say basically just this. I don't know if we have functions already for this kind of stuff. Center bottom, and then y plus size, right? So then we'll just say rect center. Now this could be bounds. And then there we go. So that's exactly what we want. So we're just kind of creating these little guys. Yeah, I kind of want to only draw these squares around collidable objects. guess we don't really have a distinction at the moment. Like, we're only colliding with walls, and we're texturing the walls, which is fine. So that looks pretty good. Now, it does actually go behind the grass. So I guess when we run the animation, maybe we'll have a default depth. A depth of 2. And we're doing a little depth sort. Okay, so now we got a jump. Now we just need the same thing when we land. Okay, so when we jump, this is our jump effect. And I'm just gonna literally copy this for now. Is grounded, and I guess we don't have a thing for landing. Movement, gravity, jumping. This is like jump boost. And then we'll say landing, not it was grounded and is grounded. So same exact deal. Maybe we'll want maybe we kind of want this to be like 2 frames. These are kind of oddly similar. I definitely want the landing animation to be a bit different. So maybe we'll just do that. I think we kind of want a little bit more space here. And we'll just kind of sketch this out. So when you land, you want like this like shockwave from where you land. you know? Something like this. This might be a little excessive. But something along these lines. Yeah, we'll go back and clean this up. For now, this is probably good enough. Say, okay, then we just have to delete this layer. Okay, that's our landing effect. So instead of jump, this would just be land, land, land. I think actually our size is wrong. I think that's maybe what's happening here. So when we go to run our animation, and we've got this like animation draw, we want to say its size is v2 texture get size, it's right? So that's probably what was going on there. Oh yeah, okay. Looks a lot better. Oh, that's cool. Damn. Sweet. Okay. I'm gonna call that done. Cool. Let's say jump. Okay. Jumping and landing dust. We do want to make a death animation. So I will take a quick 5-minute break. Maybe this fan is annoying for people. Alright, let's give something for the people to look at. You know? Get a little. What is going on? Okay, so the next thing we want to do here is just make it so that you can actually attack these bubbles. So the bubbles already hurt you, so that's good. And we just need it so that the bubbles get hurt. Bubble update. Hitbox. So when we're drawing the bubble, we'll just say check the collision, and I think we just say destroy. I don't think bubbles have lives. Maybe we do want to give these plants a couple lives. Say it's got 3 lives. Plant. Oh, I see. So we actually only okay, wait. So invincible timer. I see. So this should actually be. I kind of want to just abstract this all away because we do the same thing every time here. But okay. So now it can take some damage. And then we kill it. Okay. Maybe we'll draw some grass on this level. Little grass blade here. Something like that. Definitely want to fix whatever's going on here. Okay. So let's make another grassy level. And in this one, you know, it's going to start out a little flat. And then maybe we climb up a bit. over here, we've got enemy, enemy. Okay. So, let's see how that plays out. Oh god. Maybe we want to have hitbox. Maybe like something like that. Not -2, just actually 2. Alright. Definitely want to add something like that. Hey, AKU07, what's going on? And C-Max, thanks for the raid. How's it going, everyone? Hello, AKU07. Yeah, thank you for the raid. We're making a little platformer game here, as you can see. And it's going pretty well so far. Like, the goal is just to try to make something small so we can finish it. You can see, like, we've got pretty much a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah, the thing I want to work on now is... Oh, thanks. So, at the moment, we don't, like... the whole world just gets loaded in one chunk. Like, so we're just making ASprite.br map editor, and these pink squares are the enemies. So right now when I'm on this screen, all the enemies are active. And so we probably don't want to do that. We probably want to like deactivate enemies when they're not in view. I mean, really anything. Yeah, I think really we want to let's just start with that entity and we'll see how, like maybe we want to deactivate anything that's not a player. But for now, we're just going to look for this plant. So we begin our frame, we update the manager, and then we want to say like find all of type. Then we need some way of like bucketing in view versus out of view. Yeah, it just seemed a little easier to me to just make the world like one flat map. Like you could also do it where like each one of these squares is a separate zone. Hey, Mimic XD, how's it going? What is AKKU? Where does that name come from? I guess we could just do a really simple so our active game region is just the game offset plus game size, I think. It's my name IRL, similar to AKKU. Gotcha. What kind of name is that? We'll just split this into like in view. And we could compress this. Are you a game designer? Well, I've made games. I don't know if I would consider myself a game designer, but I do like making them, and I've made a few. What about yourself? Thanks. Yeah, it just takes a lot of practice. I feel like it's just all these small things that start adding up, you know? What is happening here? Bounds must point to a class struct union generic type node is T star. What? Okay, I don't know. I mean, this is what we have right now, right? Oh, okay. So find all of type actually returns. This keeps tripping me up. I'm just doing LeetCode when I'm streaming. Okay, cool. How long have you been programming for? I got started programming in GameMaker a long time ago, about 18 years ago, when I was like 10. So I've been programming for a while, and I do kind of miss making games. 2 months ago. Okay, cool, yeah. There's definitely a lot to learn, so, if there's anything I can help answer, I'm definitely happy. Yeah. I got lucky and found computers pretty young and took a liking to them. Okay, so does this work? I think it might just work. Yeah, I think this works now. So the bubbles come through the rooms, which maybe we don't want to do that. But at least they're inactive 4 to 5 years in general. Yeah, that's a pretty good amount of time. I mean, I think you learn a lot when you're just getting started, and then without deliberate practice, it's hard to really improve. So LeetCode seems maybe good. I guess I would just be worried that it's a little too CSy. Do you feel like you're getting better at the LeetCode questions and that they translate into day-to-day programming? Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I don't like LeetCode, but I guess I haven't spent much time doing it, to be fair. What are like day-to-day problems for you these days? Mostly for tech interviews. Then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I find it so like, I don't know. The whole like cracking the coding interview and that just being a whole separate type of thing. In some ways it's almost like not really real programming. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I graduated like 6 or so years ago. So I've been mostly just doing freelance web development. And making games and game engines on the side for fun. I feel like I've spent too much time at this point just making game engines, and I want to actually just try to finish games. So this project is like, while it's small, but it's my first attempt at actually just like sitting down after a while and finishing something. Yeah, I do know web dev. I've done a ton of React programming, for better or worse. And that's one of the things that's been kind of fun about coming back to game programming is there's a lot of weird stuff on the web that like you just have to do, and it's not at all what your computer is doing. So like coming back to a game environment has really made me like question a lot of those. Like CSS is a disaster, which I'm sure you've heard of, etc. So we probably should like not let you die over here. I don't really know. Maybe we just spawn a wall there for now. So it's just got to be just outside the game there, and that, and then size. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger than it needs to be just to make sure that it's actually there. I learned CSS 4 years ago and gave up during grids and Flexbox. Yeah, I think like Flexbox is fine. Like they named it horribly, a lot of the variables, just like the whole primary secondary axis thing is stupid. It should have just been X and Y, because like that's how literally everyone thinks about UIs. So like wrapping your head around what direction is primary and secondary, I always get confused by. But I think Flexbox is fine. Like it's a pretty decent way of describing UIs, but everything else in CSS is like kind of a mess. And like getting stuff to combine, right? Like stuff combines in all these weird ways. I want to be able to zoom out in this. I don't. Position is X. Width is 32. Shouldn't that be? Okay, I'm a little confused here. Sorry, game height. Like if I just spawn it at 0, 0, do we see it like right there? Okay, we do. All right, have a good night. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the raid and thanks for the sub. Maybe I'll see you around. Interesting. I think our anchor point. Yeah, I don't think we ever. Okay, we 0.5, 0.5 as a default anchor has been messing me up. Where are we doing create? So I guess it's fine. Do we just have like a wall create? Okay, we do have a wall create. All right. Now this makes sense. All is right in the world. So you're definitely not supposed to see this, right? This is just like placeholder art. Although maybe we could, you know, I kind of feel like it makes the level a little better if we just make it obvious that you can't go to the left here. So actually, instead of doing this, I am gonna just kind of like draw some bricks or something. Right? Like that just makes it feel a little bit more like a real game. Like, hey, there's a wall here. Okay, I can't go past the wall. Kind of like that. So you've got to kind of go this way. And then we get to our first enemy. Crap. So we can kind of like fight these bubbles. I wonder, I don't know if we should give this guy more lives or not. Maybe we should. You can really just like fly through this. Okay. So let's see. Find all of type plant. If we're in view, then we'll set ourselves to active and visible. So when we go to update entities, we say, are we active and are we alive? And when we go to draw stuff, we say, are we, let's just flip the order. Is alive, it, and is active, and is alive, it, and is visible. Okay. Maybe I will make this a thicker wall. And maybe it goes into the ground a little bit. I don't know. Something like that, where you're like, oh, I can't run this way. I must be able to run this way then. 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Crap. Cool. So maybe we want to have like one more grassy level. Okay, so we've got like 4 grass levels, let's say. And then we'll start the wood section. I want to maybe make this like a 2-dimensional map. Maybe we'll have like caves and stuff. I don't know. I kind of want this game to be done soon, so we don't want to go too crazy with stuff. Okay. Maybe we'll like do something like this. And then load. Okay, that's definitely a bug. So, okay, we want to say begin frame and then we update. So we'll just say like, no. So, okay, here we go. So I think if we just kind of like run, yeah. I am a little confused. Like this reset situation, manager init. Are we clearing out the array? So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I wonder if when we do this, well, we are saying set it to 0. Should we just do like memory 0 of, oh god. Okay, actually we don't want to memory 0 it because we are using some of the default values. Definitely confused what's going on here. So 1, 3, 4. Huh. It's almost like some of the timers aren't being restarted properly. You know what? It is this. Because, okay. I think because some of this stuff is uninitialized. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. We're gonna just go through and initialize everything. And 0. That. So I think that's the problem. It's like we're actually recycling objects. Yeah. See that? Wait, what? So I just don't really know why, like, Like, the bullet should start from the same position every time. And it does on the first run, but it doesn't on the second. So maybe it's a bug here. Init from allocator, do we say array reset? Begin frame. I'm really confused what's going on here. We should figure this out, but it's not the end of the world. I'll just make a note of it for now. Maybe there's something weird happening with, like, updating. If we had, like, a decent debug system, this would be a little easier to figure out. What's that timer? Let's just go look at this thing. Shoot cooldown timer. I mean, you know? So we create 202 entities. I don't know if that's correct or not. Now, strangely, the entity count is at, oh, because we create the player. Yeah. 202 entities. We could really have all these, like, floors joined together or something. Also, we could definitely do some sort of spatial hash for collisions. But, you know, 200 things is just really not that many things. Even with our entity struct. Okay, I definitely want to fix that jiggle. This looks so broken. This is starting to look pretty cool. Maybe we'll have like a secret passage right here. It's so confusing. Like, can we just do a dump of that? Okay. I don't totally know like what this is doing. So maybe we want to just do a memory 0. And then we'll just like manually set all the things that can't be 0. We're actually not using this. Right? So we want size, we want anchor, we want scale. So these are all going to get cleared to 0. I guess lives can be 1 by default. I don't think we need a default for sprite speed. And then we need a default for phasing. So everything else should get cleared to 0. And I'm gonna just delete all this nonsense. I really just don't like C++ at all. But I'm not really sure what that initializer is doing. Now this might not fix our problem, but it will at least eliminate one source. Right. Okay. So weird. All right. So what does array push do? So we do 0 out the memory when we return it. And I kind of like being able to define stuff in line. But I don't know if you don't set some things to initialize and then you use that default constructor, like, you know, will it do something weird? Okay. Well, we made a note for it. We'll go back to it later. I want to make progress on other stuff. Okay, so we want to make our attack hit these bubbles. So let's, oh, okay, wait, we did that. Attack hits the bubbles. We definitely want like a death animation for the plant. So we'll say, let's just make it like explode or something for now. Just be one of these as a placeholder. Plant. We'll make this return a Boolean. So if we actually die, then it's going to return true. And then when we hurt the plant, if is, I guess we could just do that. damage. So if not is alive, hit. Then we'll say run animation. Now, unfortunately, at the moment we don't have a great way to like put these in the asset system. We really should, but whatever. We can clean that up later. Alright, so now it does that effect when it dies. I mean, it's not like a great effect, but at least it's something. Maybe you shouldn't like just slice through these plants. Maybe you should kind of stop a bit. Otherwise they don't feel real. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Okay, we do want a player death animation. And then, like, I guess we should restart the game. We could do that. So, player update. So we do take damage here. I guess we could, like... I mean, for now, the simple thing would just be that, right? And maybe we bake this into the game somewhere. So we'll say, like, players find all of type. If not players count, then we'll set like a timer. Manager. This does seem a little problematic. I guess we could make like an abstraction for this little pattern, like if basic timer, you know? I don't know if I like that, but let's just try it. So I'll have a bool basic timer, timer, and we'll say star timer plus equals dt. So sometimes we have incrementing timers and other times we have like decrementing timers, which is a little inconsistent. I guess we could say like up to basic timer to time in seconds. I mean, really, that's if basic timer to 4, then we just say restart. Maybe 2 seconds. Okay, so now when you die, we should have a 2-second delay, and then we should restart. And that works. If timer to maybe we'll say like timer 4. Timer for seconds 2. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. We do need some sort of death animation. Which I feel like the easiest way to do that is to make a new entity type. Or we could use an existing one, but maybe we'll just use the animation type. Kind of overload that a bit. So I guess we don't have an update for animations. We would need to apply like gravity somehow. All right, we're just gonna do the simpler thing. I guess we could make gravity be a constant, like a entity property. I'm okay with that. Like if we want to just say maybe we should at some point care about how chunky these entities are. This is a lot of data, but it's good for cache consistency. So maybe we'll just set it up this way, and when we go to animation draw, we'll say okay, hit velocity plus equals. Okay, we do need DT. We kind of need DT in our animations. So I want to just make that available somehow. Right, because we need to be frame rate independent. So I don't think we want animations to have any sort of collision, but they can have really basic physics. And so now when the player dies, is alive. Where's our player? Update. Okay, I think what I want to say is like if not is alive, it run animation at. Yeah, we also want some property on animations to say like if it loops or not. Because we can kind of control all of this from like a generic thing. So, and if we're not looping, otherwise we're going to keep playing the animation. I guess we could have like loop count, but we don't need that. Maybe we should call this like run once. So instead of loop, it's like the opposite. Oh. Okay. Maybe we could use like life actually instead. That might just be a better. You know? So if we run out of life, then kill the animation. And we'll have another thing control the looping. So we'll have like a special death sprite. Okay, so we're just gonna create like our own little animation. We'll set the sprite directly to, for now, just this, but maybe we'll have a special death animation. So we want to actually set, okay, so we'll say like anim, maybe like death anim equals it velocity, it position, and then gravity could just be this gravity. Gravity is not a member. Yeah, it's acceleration. Okay, so we definitely have a bug. Oh, okay, because entity destroy kind of like immediately removes it. I wonder if we should do that or if we should actually have it be separate. Like, I like being able to reference it for one more frame. Entity destroy. Oh, what is happening? This frame. Oh, it's like an animation bug. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we need to fix these things not being destroyed. And I felt like we were creating this guy jump one. Oh, we need to set our size. Right? Or, no, I don't think we do. Let's just do this for now. Let's see where that gets us. Oh, okay, so we want to set like our Okay. Game restart timer. Maybe we just stick it in globals and then we like memory reset globals. Two. Okay. So we need to fix those bugs now. Has animation. Is that? Okay. Okay. So acceleration times delta time. Is that correct? Okay, yeah, I guess we have to do both times delta time. There we go. So we've got 1 life left. And that's us dying. I mean, not perfect, but pretty good. Maybe we do like the cheesy. Cheesy Mario death. You know? Cheesy Mario death. I don't know. We could either do the cheesy Mario death, or we could do like the velocity we were gonna use. Okay. Cool. So, again, it's a placeholder, but we've got a death animation for the player. And we can set our lives back to 3. Maybe if we do multiplayer, like, everyone shares lives. So, oh god. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to fix whatever's going on with that. I don't know if that's... This needs to be fixed. So let's see what state we're in. When we do the player update. Okay, so player draw. So we are grounded. And we might be trying to play this or something, and then our velocity gets set to 0, and then like some kind of loop like that. Let's just put some logs in here. Run cycle. We'll say so we're switching between run and idle, which is weird. Because I would have thought that move actor would set it back to 0. So we're going back and forth between 13 and 0. Which is a little weird. Oh, that makes sense actually. Because move actor is only going to move if there's actually any room to go. back. But we're just gonna say like, hey, if you're gonna try to move, yeah. Something like that. I mean, really, like, we should do run even if you're not moving. Yeah, we definitely still want that. Okay, so if you're grounded and you're pressing the stick, and they're equal, or you know, something like that. Okay, that's what we want. Right, so just, you run into this little brick. Okay, yeah, you've got to learn how to jump here. I feel like I'm good with that. Ah? You can definitely speedrun this game really fast. definitely want to do some like background bricks. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. But in the meantime, people can look at this fun little game. Cool. Oh, I guess I should move my face out of the way. That better? Yeah. All right. So we're running along. Maybe we make platforms you can like fall through. That could be cool. Okay. So if we're looking at our to-do list, let's commit this. So all right. Okay, so we've got this little like level here. Maybe we make this a little bit of a trick. So we put the block there such that, you know, you're gonna see it and say, oh, I can just jump over it, and then you fall into this little pit. It's a little mean, but yeah. Just makes the level feel a little bit better. And you can still like kind of speed run that. It would be cool to have like a spawn animation. Okay. All right. Let's see. I don't love this level. Feel like it could be a little better. Maybe for pacing's sake, we don't put the enemies in here. We could make this pit a step higher. Yep. This level I don't care for that much. Maybe we just give it kind of a rest here. You know, no enemies here. Maybe we like climb up a little mountain here. You know? Something like this. I don't know. debug grid. We can actually just do something slightly different here. But right. Now, we really should multiply these using the right function. Game to screen, R2, V2. And then let's see. Why is that not? Oh wait, that might be correct. And then, okay. And then so the next thing we need to do is take this. Another camera to screen. And then take this. We can kind of make this a different color, right? But it's just nice to see the grid. Okay, now this section definitely needs some improvement. kind of like that the colors are kind of muted. Originally I was thinking we go kind of crazy. But I still don't like the timing on this cliff. Kind of want to like arc this out a bit more. Something like that. Eh. Okay. What if we just go crazy with this? You know? It's like, hip. shape. Okay, that's actually cool. Like you can still get back. It's a piranha party. Okay, 3 is a little excessive. These need to be a little closer. Okay, some things. So there's grasslands, and then there's like a forest kind of thing. Okay, we need to make this level a bit bigger. Okay. Let's finish a game, let's finish a game, let's finish a game. So we need another enemy type, probably. We want to make the world a bit bigger. Let's see. Spray canvas size. Okay. Alright, let's make another enemy, because that would be kind of fun. What if we make like a little bat? I don't know. Also, it'd be cool to have some chests. By 24, because that's how big we had for the player. So 8 by 8. I'm just gonna kind of sketch it out a bit. You know. Something like that. Maybe I'll made a bat. This old game prototype. Maybe we'll borrow this guy for this. So here's our bat. And then there's the eyes. And we have to kind of think a little bit about like what we want it to look like. Maybe something like that. Or maybe we shade the body. I don't know. Maybe we'll just do this. Oh, okay. Well, we can't totally do this unless we like kind of, oh, what if we make it black and then have like the eyes, you know what I'm saying? So all you see are the eyes coming in. That could be cool. Alright, let's make a new sprite. Okay. So we have an old I think we started doing stuff here, but I want to save it. Okay, yeah, because we had all these other sprites in here, right? So, where's the bat? So we want to just take this. I don't quite know why it opened it in a new thing, but that's all right. kind of like this. Okay, so there's our bat. I mean, it's gonna really look almost like nothing. Let's make a bat enemy. So there's our bat. Bat update. Alright, now we've got our little bat guy. Let's just create a bat in here. I guess we'll say bats are this. Cool. We've got our little bat. Okay. It's kind of cool, kind of creepy. Okay, so in our bat update, so we want to find like angle between, and then we'll say we definitely need to make these walls. Then we'll do the old move actor. Yep. Ah! We got wrecked by a bat. Okay. It's pretty good. Okay, I definitely want to abstract. We've been doing a lot of the same motion, so I think it's time to abstract some of this. I think basically this plus the player stuff. So we'll basically fill in these guys. Draw entity sprite. And this will take a texture. It will also take a vector to offset. Draw entity sprite, sprite. Plant draw is basically just this. So then that simplifies, and this simplifies, except there's no offset here. I don't know what to do for that. Oh. So we draw entity sprite. I feel like for plant we anchor it. It's still not right. Still not right. Okay, what's going on? Pixel game. I am a little confused. Is this just 0, 0? don't really know. Like, oh, we also did this. Okay. I feel like I don't love the way that this function shook out. Okay, so draw entity sprite. Compute bounds. Maybe we just make this take the bounds. Okay. Ah! This is definitely still a little messed up. Okay, so let's do this. We'll do a first one. Okay, we're gonna not try to combine them yet, and then we'll try to combine them. Draw entity sprite bounds, and so instead of that, this takes bounds. And then we'll do the same exact thing, except we would do rectangle shift bounds by display offset. And then of course we map it to, oh god, oh god. The heck were we working on? Okay, so just totally lost my place. Okay, so draw entity sprite bounds, and we can actually factor this function to be this, right? Return draw entity sprite bounds it sprite, and then compute bounds. We have the offset we need to get the size again, which is a little unfortunate. But whatever. Right, and then this whole chunk simplifies to that, and we should still be good. Okay, so then this guy is still messed up. I don't really know what this compute bounds function. I felt like it was better. We should probably just delete this, but we'll make that a cleanup. Okay, so now when we go to draw our plant, instead of entity sprite, we'll just say entity sprite bounds. And we can look at what it was before. So bounds, I see. Let's just fix it and then we'll work on refactoring. Draw any sprite bounds. Then compute bounds. Right, so. This was it. So, yeah, we don't need to transform it by screen. Yeah, and we'll say bounds. Okay. So let's just make sure that works, and it does. The next thing, I feel like I want to make these collision volumes stand out a bit more. Which is a quick thing. Maybe we just do this is divided by 2. So you see, like, we can just see both if they are overlapping. Oh, it looks like purple to my eyes. Whatever. Okay, that's pretty good. I think this function's a little convoluted. So it might be good to just clean that up really quickly before we move on. So I don't love the way that this draw entity sprite is shaking out. Just because of this offset and this compute bounds thing. It's like really not great. Right, because like, okay, we think it's working and then we have to like do all this crap, which is annoying. So, what are we actually trying to do here? That's probably worth thinking about. So we have bounds, and that is the bounds that the thing is being drawn at. This is technically like sprite offset or something, but and that's fine. So what if we just tried to use this function without this one, right? Like, what would that look like? Compute bounds. Maybe if we just call this sprite anchor, it would make a little more sense. Maybe we'll just do that for now. Okay, whatever. We'll do that for now. We'll move on. So we've got this new bat entity type, and it's pretty good, although we need it to kind of have a max speed. Okay, so bat update. Maybe we'll make it kind of accelerate a bit slower. And we'll say something like this, right? I don't know. Not sure what's gonna feel good here. That's pretty good. It's a little easy, but I think that's fine. Okay, well, we at least definitely don't want the bat here. So let's put the bat somewhere else. Maybe we'll have some sort of like castle cave type level where these bats actually make a bit more sense. Okay, let's finish this game. Okay, we got the grass is a little screwed up. What's going on with those guys? Is it only screwed up here or is it screwed up everywhere? Yeah, okay. So here's our leaves. And we want to set the anchor point to 0.5y1, I think. X. Is it this? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. Where's that bubble? Oh, okay. Now we get to like this wooded section. Yeah. Maybe we just put wood. I think I kind of want to have like, 4 sections of 4. So grassland, woodlands maybe? So maybe this is all wood, and we'll just block it out for now. Wood. So wood, 2, 3, 4. And I do want to have maybe like a basement layer or something. That's kind of bonus at this point, honestly. And then we want castle. The castle is going to be pretty fun. I don't know. I don't really like the way that these wood sections are looking. Maybe it's just that I don't like the wood texture. Right? But like, this doesn't look that bad. Okay. So 400. We need an extra 80. Oops. Okay, let's see. So then we've got 4 of whatever comes next, which will maybe be castle stuff. Maybe we'll work on these transitions a bit. But yeah, we're just kind of blocking out and getting like a feel for how these levels are going to progress. I also think it would be cool to do like, okay, these are our blocks. I want to do maybe like some background brick tiles. Do you know what I'm saying? Just to kind of get a sense. Okay, so 002859. So yeah, we're just kind of doing a really basic like pixel map type world generator, so we don't have to make our own level editor. 2859. And tile sprites. I guess we'll just use like the generic null entity. Maybe we'll have an entity type for tile sprites. We'll call this like bricks background. Brick. I guess, yeah. And of course, our anchor point, 0, 0. So now we just want to like make a sprite called bricks background, and let's just see that that shows up. So let's open bricks. Bricks BG. And maybe we'll make it like this cool purple color. I don't know. this blue. I mean, we could make it literally black. That would be kind of weird. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, so basically it's either going to be dark blue, which is fine. Or it's going to be like this kind of color. Kind of like the red color. But it's a little too in your face. So between blue and purple, I don't know, I guess I kind of like the purple a bit better. Okay. Whatever. So that should work, actually. We'll kind of throw them in the background a bit more. So leaf blades, depth is -2. You know? So you can kind of have these layers. I actually don't like these here. But the point was just to get some bricks. Okay, and then we got the wood. We got wood. We got bricks. So maybe, yeah, we'll play with that. I do kind of like the white and green colors. I almost just want to keep it with these colors. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then our final boss or something. All right. So we did the new entity type. We're starting to block out the last bit of the game. Maybe we do want these bricks to actually be colored in some way. I don't know why. Okay. Open. Like, maybe we just make them look like actual brick. This is gonna maybe look bad. I do kind of like the white a bit better. I don't know, it's kind of a style though to like emphasize the foreground stuff in white. Maybe it takes 2 hits to kill. Okay, so we'll say plant. 5s are 2. Plant. Hurt. So you actually don't need to kill him. You can just keep running. Okay. Hitboxes. Let's commit this. Five-minute break, then we'll be back. quick carrot break. We definitely want like a death animation for the plant. Maybe we'll just make like a pop. Like a pop animation. We'll see. New. Okay. So we start out. Maybe we just make like. It'll just like be a white flash. Alright, whatever. Okay, let's just do a weird thing. Like this. Bang. So you kill the enemy. New frame. Then this goes out. This kind of comes out and up. Kind of comes up and back. Back and down. You know? And we'll join them. We'll call this pop. I guess it should be kind of more like an explosion. Do we have any good? Something like that. Yeah. Let's do something like this. Agree. And then I do want to kind of have it start. Call it a pop. Alright. And then when the bat dies, if not is alive, it run animation at when the bat dies, and let's see. If the plant dies, okay. So this needs to be way faster. Maybe we just do 2 frames. Pop 1, pop 2. Okay. Maybe we'll do bullets. You know? Because why not? They're gonna be kind of chunky. Something like that. Kind of like that. Save as bullet. Okay. So our world right now we only have 3 sections of 4. So we actually need another idea for a 4th section. Okay. Oh yeah. We need to freeze the game a bit. So on impact, I mean, we could just do a straight up sleep. I don't want to do a sleep. Right. So then our entities want to know that there's some function like this. And we'll say when we get hurt, we'll do a game sleep for 0.2 milliseconds. And when we attack, I don't know if this is going to be too much, but maybe it'll be like a sleep next frame. So our sleep accumulator is 0. Accumulator plus equals time. And then when we go to update, what I don't totally get, I guess it's happening multiple times. So maybe what we want is like take damage to return false, return true. So if we actually took damage, if take damage, then we sleep. Same here, if take damage, then we sleep. So it's just like a little thing, but you know, we can kind of worth it. I mean, maybe we literally want to sleep for like 1 frame. So 50 milliseconds or something. So if we take damage, we're gonna sleep for 1 second, and then we want to do all this stuff. So that's the problem, right? Actually, all of it runs immediately. This game is powered by cards. I mean, we don't really want these sleeps to be noticeable. But we want you to feel them. So maybe when we take damage, we sleep for a bit longer. And then when we deal damage, yeah. Cool. Okay. So, what do I have to do next? I mean, screen shake would be good. Okay. So we'll have a routine here. So when we attack, we'll do a game screen shake for, you know, again, just like a few frames here. 4 frames at 60 hertz. We'll do, I think these will be game coordinates. So, and we can do partials because we're cheating a bit. So if we're game screen shaking, set game transform. Minus global dot shake. Shake. Screen shake. So if we've got any screen shake in us, screen shake timer, shake timer minus equals dt. Right, and then what we're gonna say is screen shake equals, I guess we kind of want these to be random. For now, we're just going to do negative global shake amount. So we're only going to shake in the y direction. Ooh, yeah. That starts to feel good. It's really subtle, but I think it feels nice. gonna shake in the Y amount. And stack game screen. So screen shake. Maybe we'll do 2 frames if we're just swinging. Landing. Maybe we'll do a screen shake on land. Oh yeah. That's pretty good. Maybe literally just 1 frame. No, 1 frame doesn't feel intentional. Yeah, so if we actually attack, then what we're gonna say is, oh yeah, if we take damage, that's gonna be a screen shake. That's gonna feel rough. If we deal damage, then we also want to, so what is this, sleep? Right, so something like that, I don't know. Maybe it kind of removes the arcade feel. I don't know, I kind of like it. So now we go into the woods. And then we go into the castle. And the end of the game is the castle. Alright, we've been going for a while. Maybe we'll do another stream later, but I mean, Oh yeah, we also need sound. Okay, so we're getting close to being done, but we're still not done. What is left to do? Well, we definitely have to design more of the level. At the moment, we only really have the grasslands done. So that would be good. And maybe making a third enemy type. Maybe. And maybe some sort of boss. It would be cool if the boss is just like you, but, you know, slightly different. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap it up for now. But next time we will work on finishing the rest of this game. I might jump on later tonight and do a mini stream, but we'll see. And in the meantime, thank you everyone for joining, and have fun programming.